Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Seems a little quiet. All my gains are up pretty high, though. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if there's. Okay, I think it's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today, I'm going to rebuild my Emacs. And we will talk a bit about Emacs, how to use it, what it does, why you might choose it, why you might not choose it, so on and so forth. So, we'll give everyone a minute or two to show up or not. We'll see what we get. Let's see here. All right. Make sure we're good. All right. Emacs. Emacs is it's not a text editor, but we're going to start with that idea. It's a way for you to work with your code. You can turn it into a complete integrated development environment without too much work because everything is just there. Because what Emacs is more than just an IDE. It's something else. It's not a text editor. It's something else. So let us go ahead and open up a scratch buffer. Let's get this sized for streaming. And let's talk a little bit about what Emacs is. There's the old joke, Emacs is an excellent operating system lacking only a decent text editor. Ha ha ha, old jokes. But this is actually a lot closer than calling Emacs a text editor. And we'll circle back around to a bunch of other stuff. But what Emacs is, what helped me understand what it's doing, what it's trying to do, and why you would use it, is actually better stated like this. Emacs is an interactive development environment for editing or creating text editing programs. Once you realize that, a lot of the power of Emacs becomes unlocked. Now, for a beginner, all you're going to use is the text editing portions of it, and that's part of the learning curve. It will be hard. The muscle memory has to be completely retrained. Almost all modern IDEs nowadays seem to use the old Control-C, Control-V, Control-X for cut, copy, paste. Things like that. Emacs doesn't use those, and you have to get used to key chords where you're hitting more than one key combo for each command. So there's a steep learning curve. So steep learning curve is definitely one of the minuses. On the plus side, fully customizable, programmable. I don't know how to spell it apparently. Okay. Which actually is also a minus. This is like a plus and a minus. And we'll talk about that briefly. Yeah, well, it still doesn't look right to me. Maybe it's streamer brain kicking in. I don't know. Whatever. All right. So fully customizable. You can do almost anything in Emacs that you want to do with some perseverance and some knowledge of eLisp programming. That still looks wrong. But you can then spend all your day customizing Emacs instead of getting real work done. There's always another toy, another trick, another piece. So, so a suggestion I have: only configure as much as you need and not much more. Okay. Steep learning curve. You should be trying out new things regularly. Okay. So kind of a minus steep learning curve. It's tough. You're not going to get it all at once. It is fully customizable. You can make it do anything you want, but you can also get down a rabbit hole of trying to make things work that are a little bit silly. And we're going to try to avoid that. Muscle memory has to be retrained. Okay. Control plus C is not copy. Control V. Minus is not paste. Okay. This can also be overwhelming. If something bothers you, there is almost always a fix modification you can do anything in Emacs. Okay. Trying to think. Is there anything else we need to cover? So let's pop over real quick to a browser. Browser. Okay, and what I would say is for beginners, what you probably want to do is look up Emacs reference card. My keyboard is more sensitive than I'm used to, and I'm for some reason getting double bounces nowadays, which is a little bit silly. Emacs PDF. Here's enough to get you started, and I don't even use all of this. You don't need all of it. So what I would say is starting over here, this is important. If I type CX, it means you hit the control key and the X key. MX is meta, the meta key. So instead of control C, it's M for meta. It's usually the alt key if you're in Windows. If you're in Mac, I always map my command key because it's the closest one to the same location. So meta can mean different things. S is shift. So control MX means you hit the control and the meta key and the X key, which in a lot of cases is alt. Okay, so easy enough. This is useful if you're running Emacs from a command line. Then this puts Emacs in the background process. If you want to close it, Control X, Control C. You have to hit both of them for it to work. You want to load a file. This is important. Control X, Control F. Let's actually gather some of these. Beginner key chords. So you should definitely use Control Z. Windowed. It minimizes. And if you're running it on a console, it background. Okay. Quit. Control X, Control C, quit. All right, so those are important. Maybe what we need is to actually make some notes. Let's make some notes. Let's see here. Where did I put any of those? Maybe I need to make some slides on the go as we go. Hey, LSI Congru, how's it going? I was wondering, how is the cross-platform aspects of using Emacs? Good question. Emacs is on every platform. I've used it on Mac, I've used it on Linux, I've used it on Windows. I use it on everything. So maybe what I need to do is actually just build up a bit of a, oops, oh no. All right, let's get my mouse back. I've lost my mouse again. OBS keeps stealing it. Nope, not there. My mouse cursor disappears when I share the browser and then switch workspaces. Where did it go? So I'm guessing where to click to hide the browser. It's not working. I should memorize a shortcut for that. Nope. Come on, mouse. Come back. Nope, that was close. Nope, not there. Come on. I don't. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got my mouse back. Okay. So maybe what I should do is the following. We should make up a little thing here. Let's go to my drive. Let's bring up this thing. Let's make a new Emacs slide deck. We'll just do this live, right? Let me duplicate this real quick. Make a copy. Emacs. All right, let's share this browser then. Here we are. All right, let's do this. Emacs. Today is the 24th of January. Outline. We'll come back and fill in the outline later. What is Emacs? All right, funny story. The old Emacs is an excellent operating system. Lacking only a decent text editor. That's good old funnies. Let's see, maybe we can find a reference for that. Emacs is an excellent operating system. Lacking only blah blah blah. Where is it? Dum, dum. I want a reference to it. If I use the right words. A great operating system. Lacking only a joke, blah blah blah. No original reference? Really? Oh, there's this reference. Sub 1, oh, just editor war. Decent editor, citation needed. Oh my gosh. Really? Citation needed, so nobody else has a citation for it either. That's lame. Okay. Oh, for Pete's sake. I don't want to install Chrome crap. Paste without formatting. Oh, bummer. I don't need an extension. This has always been working, you motherless Bobo piece of crap. Screw you, Google. Gosh. I don't need an extension to copy and paste. You piece of junk. Is a great operating system. Sorry, lacking only a decent text editor. Okay, so that's what a lot of people say. Where's my old Emacs here? But I think where I had a breakthrough in understanding Emacs. The old joke. But Emacs really is an interactive environment for developing text editing programs. Oh wow, this keyboard sensitivity is killing me. Perfect. Okay. Blah blah blah. That would probably be a big selling point for trying it for me. Using different IDs for different OSs is kind of annoying. An extension for copy pasting Chrome is wild. I know. What is this crap? Okay. So once you realize that Emacs is this, a lot of why you have to do things the way you do makes more sense. Okay. Interactive environment for developing text editing programs. Pros and cons. We're just cannibalizing a thing here. All right, pros. Cons. Let's hear con. We should start with pros. Pros. Completely customizable. Built on top of a Lisp programming language. So there's very little configurations, not a configuration file. Not configuration files. Code files, which means you can do anything, right? Once you can write code, you're pretty well awesome. Let me think. Any other major pros? Okay, let's go to cons real quick then. Let's just make that bold. Cons. Muscle memory has to be retrained. Yeah, so things like copy and paste aren't the same keyboard shortcuts like you would think. Too customizable can be a distraction from doing real work. I think that's a fair complication. Cons, built on Lisp, not the most common programming language, if that makes sense. All right, let's shrink the size of everything so it fits on the slide. There we go. All right, pros and cons. There we go. Getting started. Oh, let's see here. Windows. Let's go look up Windows here. Emacs for Windows. I'm going to download the latest version. I am several years out of date. So download and install. Blah, blah, blah. Don't remember. Somewhere there's like a Windows. There we go. GNU Emacs for Windows can be downloaded from a GNU mirror. So here it is. Let's grab the latest one. Let's see here. I think all I need is this file. We'll download that. Copy that and put it in. Oh, not that. We'll copy this. That way it'll age better with the slides. Boom. Let's see here. All right, thank you, Chrome, for being dumb. There we go. All right, let's make it an actual color now. There we go. All right, we can bullet lists. There we go. All right, finally get that formatted. It's always a pain. On Windows, on Mac. It's been a while. Can I find it? Let's see here. Mac, you have to use Homebrew. I don't remember having to do that. Oh, Mac ports. I've not actually used Mac ports. Aha, here we go. Emacs. There we go. That's probably what most people are going to be looking for. All right, bullet. Paste. All right, give everybody the references they need. Linux. This is not hard. Let's see, this is. Where do I go to? 20? 20, yeah. If you're on Linux, I assume you don't need much handholding. Just use your favorite package manager. Wow, my keyboard package manager. I'm getting some mad bounce here. All right, getting started. Well, let's call this install. So we're going to install my new Emacs, but I first have to do some other stuff here. Hey, Dravest. Happy Friday. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Today is the day we're going to rebuild my Emacs, and while we're doing it, we're sort of building out the slide deck as we go. So what Emacs is, like this is kind of a key understanding for people switching to Emacs. It's an interactive environment for developing text editing programs. There are some pros, there are some cons. Pros, Emacs is very cross-platform and is available everywhere. It's going to chew up that space or make it a little smaller. There we go. All right. Install. So here's where you get it for Windows. Here's where you get it for Mac. Here's where you get it for Linux. Lots of options. Okay, so getting started. We already looked at the reference card here a bit. Boom, reference card. Pick a few keyboard commands per week and practice using them. It takes time for the muscle memory to train. I definitely recommend people use the reference cards. They're awesome. Bullet. Oh, wrong. Okay, come on. There we go. Color it, shrink it. There, fits. Okay, so recommended starting. We were starting to build this up in Emacs, so we're just going to move it over. So the notes come in here. I need a table. 2 by something, I don't know. The command and description. Control Z. Oh, let's see here. So the reference card has this information. Let's duplicate this slide. Delete the table, delete. There we go. So bullet list here. Oh, numbers, bullets. Here we go. C dash means I'm getting some wicked bounce on this keyboard. Maybe I need to reboot or something. I don't know. Means control plus a key. So control X is here. I need to poke this up maybe. Control X, control C means control plus X followed by control plus C. Control and a key. Okay, so that should help us understand that. Meta oh wow, it did an M dash one place but not the other. Perfect. Means meta key and a key. This keyboard bounce is killing me. All right. Meta is usually the alt key. On Mac, I map command key as my meta. So we need an example. Meta, oh, let's see here. Meta F means meta plus F. That's probably good enough. Uses key chords, multiple keystrokes until, let's see here, one or more keystrokes. All right, control meta, and then shift is another thing that we get. Shift means shift and a key. At this point, I don't think an example is necessary. So let's start with our basics here. Control Z. We're going to delete this text. Delete. Pop. All right. Let's see how many commands we can get on here. The basic ones, which we're stealing from this reference card. So Control Z, Control X, Control C. We'll put those in there. Control X, Control C. GUI, minimize window. We're running it on a console. Put Emacs in background. Quit Emacs. Easy peasy. This side I want as mono. These ones bold. Center. Okay. Just trying to pick out the ones that you really need. Control X, Control F is a useful one. Open file. We'll visit all of these shortly. Control X, Control S. I use this a lot. Save file. I don't really do a lot of this other stuff. Control X, Control V, I use a lot, but it's not really necessary right now. Control X, Control W is like save as. Save file as. Let's see here. Error recovery. Okay, Control G, I've used a lot. So let's add another row here. Come on, add row. Add row. Cancel current thing, right? So whatever you're doing, Control G will escape whatever you're doing, right? So I'll actually sit there while I'm thinking and just bounce Control G while I'm thinking, and it makes a little ding in my ear. That's why I don't actually share Emacs's audio when I'm streaming, because that bounce would get really annoying to people. Very annoying to people. These are all, oops. So if you ever find yourself stuck and it's not behaving the way you want, try Control G like 3 times. It's very unlikely that you get into a state where you have more things going on than 3. Control G, oh yeah, Control X, Control U, or Control /. I use those a lot. So that should probably be another one below. Control X, then you let go of the control key and hit U, right? Undo last action. Can undo multiple times. Once you get the hang of that, it's actually very powerful. So we're going to add another rule. This Control / also works in Emacs. Those are fairly basic things that people need. Search, motion, those are both useful. I usually just use these two, Control S, Control R. And then movement. Some of that's very useful, some of it's not. Killing and deleting. Mark. Multiple windows. Yeah, so a lot of this, like even I don't use most of the stuff on this page, right? I've found the subset of things I need to get work done. So I'm trying to decide what to put in as recommendations for beginners to use. And again, like this can be overwhelming. There's tons and tons of things you can do. So pick 1 or 2 and just practice those for a week. So let's duplicate this slide. Get some new commands in here. This will be like movement. Let's see, you're getting started. Movement. Oops. Trying to think what's the minimum people need to get rolling here. Let's see, reference card. So movement, we're going to go Control B, Control F. Control B, Control F. Move. I'm going to switch those around. Control F, Control B. Move forward or backward 1 letter. Meta F and meta B. Move forward or backward 1 word. All right. Control N, Control P are useful. Control N, Control P. Move to next line, next or previous line. beginning of line, end of line. I do like those. Most of these others I don't use a ton. So Control A I use a lot. Control E. Move to start or end of line. I use those a lot. I don't use a lot of these other things. Control V, Meta V. I use those a lot. Control V, Meta V. Control V, Meta V. Move down or up one. What do they call it? It's basically page up, page down. One screen full. Very handy. Should use this one more, but usually what I do is I do like, so this means go to the start of the line and then go forward until you find something that's not white space. But instead I do Control A to go to the beginning of the line and then Tab to move forward to the first thing. It indents the line again. So maybe Meta M would be better. Any special plans for the weekend? Let's see here. I have some family up. They drove up, so probably tomorrow I'll hang out with them a bit, do some talking. Weekend. Oh, I get steak tonight. That's always good. I like steak. Gotta grill some steak. No, nothing too serious. I've got a business deal I'm slowly working my way through my due diligence on, so we'll see. Oh, that's Control R is probably useful. Control S, Control R. Search forward or backward. We'll talk about all these shortly. What about you, Travest? Any big plans for the weekend? Copy paste. Copy paste does not work like you would think in Emacs. This is actually probably where the things really start getting weird for neo beginners. Dum-da-dum. Control D. Meta D. Delete. Next character. Kill next word. Let's see what else is useful. Suppose backspace and meta backspace. Works on the previous character. We'll kill the previous word. Which, if I'm going to be consistent, backspace or Control D. Delete previous or next character. Delete previous or next. And this is kill. Kill is different from delete. No special plans. Tomorrow, Saturday, gonna eat pizza and relax. Nice. On Sunday, meeting a friend I haven't met in a while. Just over Discord. Nice. Oh, good. Yeah, it's always good when you can take people you meet online and make them real. Good. Yeah. Discord is not a proper replacement for interaction, human interaction. Control K. Kill line to from cursor to end of line. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds good. Let's see. Let's just move things around here. Okay, so that's kill. Oh yeah, kill region. Control W. Meta W. Talk about regions in a bit. Delete or kill region. Very handy. Yank. All right, Control Y. Yank. Paste last thing in the kill buffer. And then meta Y. Replace last yank with the preceding thing in the kill ring. All right, so when I kill something, it goes into a clipboard buffer, right? But this buffer can store a whole chain of things. So when I control yank, it just grabs the previous one, and then if I meta yank, it goes to the one before that, the one before that, one before that. So I can meta yank a bunch of times, so I can copy paste things in chains. No, exactly. I haven't seen anything yet, and I think I never will. That trumps in-person interactions with people you really want to meet. Exactly. Exactly. Preceding item in the killing. So that's super handy. Killing and deleting mark. We probably should do mark. Control space is the one I use, and Control X, Control X. Control space. Set mark at, well, set point at cursor current position. Mark and point mark. Set mark. I think it's mark. At cursor current position. Let's see here. Maybe we should just put a vocab word above this here. Although it won't all fit then. Called the point. Control space. Insert a row. Control X, Control X. Swap, mark, and point. Point means the current cursor position. Maybe that's more clear. And a region is the text between mark and point. I love, that wasn't smart enough to figure that out. Okay, thank you. Is this the slide for your own reference, or are they for our presentation? Yeah, it's just sort of the presentation we're doing right now. So, you know, I'll have this posted on YouTube after I upload this video. It should be a reasonable distillation of what you need to get started. Actually, maybe I should put some of this stuff there. Yeah, so we're just kind of laying this out as we go. Where your cursor is called currently is is called the point. A mark is a place where your cursor was. A mark is another location. I'm just trying to think how to word it. Because normally you're just moving around, you're moving your point around, and then you need to mark something where the point is. A mark is a remembered old point location. A region is the text between point and mark, because this will show up a lot. We might as well put the vocabulary in here. I think that's a good idea. Maybe we just make all this one continuous list. Bunch of random stuff. Okay, so then we don't have to define that down here. Dun 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 dun, set mark at point, swap mark endpoint. So if you want to create a region, you set a mark and then you move your cursor somewhere else. Okay, so this is just like some basic beginner stuff. And honestly, there's tons more, but you probably can get overwhelmed. Dun, dun, dun. And that's probably enough. Well, maybe not. Let's talk about .emacs. So I do not like a few things going on here. Your .emacs file is found in your home directory. And is an elisp code file that is executed when Emacs starts up. Anything else that needs to be known? Set variables, write code, load other code files here to configure your Emacs. And this is kind of where we are today. I'm going to rebuild my Emacs from scratch. So I'm going to put away my current Emacs configuration stuff, and we're just going to start over because mine's kind of stagnated. So that's the plan. Oh, good, I didn't lose it. Hallelujah. Okay. Dum-dum. Which I guess means we can delete all these slides. These are from an old presentation. I just stole it so I'd have the formatting. Delete slides. There we go. All right. So try to have a very basic thing. What is Emacs, pros and cons, installation, getting started, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's go back to my Emacs here. Let's hide the old browser. So in my Emacs, so here's my .emacs. What I do is I set a bunch of variables here. I say, here's where my window should start up and how big to make it. Here is some path information. I define a couple of functions, which I'm actually going to move to somewhere else. And then I say, load this other Emacs file. So what I've found is most of my basic Emacs configuration doesn't matter what machine I'm on. I'm going to do it the same way everywhere. But the things that are machine dependent happen here in here. So like, how big is my screen? Well, I set that here in my .emacs file, and then at the bottom I load all the other junk, right? So we're gonna actually, so this is my .emacs file. It's in my home directory, right? We're gonna move this. So we're gonna rename file and buffer to old .emacs. Now, if I close Emacs and reload it, so I'm going to close it, Control X, Control C. I'm going to reopen it. This is Emacs with none of my configuration. Nothing. Nothing I've configured is in here. It starts up in like an Emacs welcome window, which in this case was 27.2 from 2021. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to install the newer Emacs that we just downloaded. So let's, I showed you where I downloaded it, sort of. Let's see here. Oh, good heavens. I feel like, oh, that's the source. I didn't want the source. Let's go back then to my old browser. What did I download? We were following this thing. I don't want the source. I just want Emacs. There's the installer if we want to do that. Usually I don't. I don't want the dependencies. Maybe we do the installer. I don't really want to do the installer. Oh, here we are. This is the one I want. Emacs 2.21.9.1 zip file. I don't like installing things if I don't have to, so we'll download this. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to unzip that file, extract all. Oh, that's going to take a minute. All the DLLs and so forth. Looks like it would take me about 2 minutes. It's just building it up though. No worries. The other thing I'm going to do is, so I've got, let's see, let's hide the old browser because that's not helpful right now. Here's my old Emacs, here's the unconfigured Emacs. I'm going to, I'm going to move an old folder. Let's just do it somewhere else. Let's just, that file extraction is going to take a minute, so let me hide that. I'm going to move an old Emacs folder out of the way so that I don't confuse my new code with my old code. Dun, 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 dun. Where did I put that? Nope, not that one. Oh, curious. That's where I put that. All right, let's put it somewhere else completely then. Ooh. Gotta wait for it to finish extracting. Meanwhile, my old Emacs configuration, I'll mark that as old Emacs and make a new Emacs folder that's empty. That worked well. So I can always roll back if I need to. Okay, so I've got that set. Extraction, oh, 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, what is this thing doing? So yeah, the reason I like, you can run the installer if you want. That's up to you. I don't like it. I prefer this one because it's everything built, done, no dependencies, no environment setup, just everything is there. I don't have an installer, I don't have an uninstaller. If I don't like it, I just delete it. Much, much better. I guess while we're waiting, get some gum. So when I was in college, we had to submit all of our code on the Sunsol servers. So I had to SCP all of my code over there, build it in place, and then debug it there because, you know, the Windows Bloodshed compiler, not the Windows Bloodshed, but the Bloodshed compiler on Windows didn't have the same setup as a GNU compiler, the GCC compiler. So I always had to debug on the remote machines. So I needed to learn either Vim or Lisp, and or Emacs, and I decided to use Emacs, and that's been that way ever since. At first, it's very frustrating. It takes a while before the muscle memory gets retrained, but once you do, it becomes every bit as efficient as anything else. And once you start to use Emacs more and more extensively, it actually becomes much more efficient than a lot of things. To the point that even in like Visual Studio projects that people build up, I still edit those in Emacs, and I just write config files and make files that mean that I can treat even those Windows builds as just standard old Emacs build environments, etc. I don't know why my transfer speed is so slow. It's unpacking 400 kilobytes per second. I wonder if it's warring with OBS for resources. Bizarre. So reference cards are your friends. All sorts of things you can learn in here, which we're not going to cover today. Like for beginner, probably good enough. But learning to work with buffers is an important skill. Query replace is super powerful. Splitting frames is very powerful. Yeah, tons of them. So you start with what you need. So I think this is a reasonable subset to start with. These 3 slides. How do you close the program? How do you open a new file? How do you save a file? Save as. Cancel out of the current thing. Undo. How to move around. How to copy and paste. The muscle memory takes a little bit, but there are patterns you'll start to notice. Like the meta key. You'll find that a lot of times the meta key just expands the control key version of a command. So control W does a thing, but meta W does something a little bit more. It is a lot of keyboard shortcuts. So I would say when you're a beginner especially, you can use the mouse in the GUI'd Emacs tools, but you shouldn't. Like you should force yourself to keep your hands on the keyboard, because a lot of times you will skip muscle memory training by using the menus and so forth, when what you need to do is spend the time to actually just learn the thing. So I'm going to open the new Emacs. And again, this is unconfigured. Oh, why is that coming up? Hold on. I do not want that. Let's see. What's going on here? I want it to run a thing here. Oh, here we are. run Emacs. There we go. Now we pin this one to my taskbar, unpin the old one. So now my Emacs will be the new one. So here it is, unconfigured and raw. Nothing fancy going on here. Let's see here. So I will hide my browser. I will try to stretch Emacs so it doesn't look quite so wonky. That's more like what you would see. Okay, so here's my Emacs unconfigured. All I'm going to do is Control-X, Control-F to open a file, /.emacs. So there it is. So we had our old one, right? Old.emacs. And I know these sizes are correct because I've done this on my machine. So what this is it's Lisp that says set these variables. So set my normal frame size, width, and height to these numbers. That's all it is. Okay, so that's just set variables. We're not going to talk a lot about eLisp. You're just going to be able to steal this. So if you wanted your window less wide, you can change this number and reload Emacs and it'll do the thing, right? So here I say create. When the window pops up, start at this location from the top 5, from the left 100 pixels, and then use this width for my frame size. It'll be the normal frame size and width, which we set up here, right? And here's my height, normal frame size height, which is here. These are in characters, not pixels. Okay, so top left, these are in pixels because it's on relative to your screen, but then width and height are relative to your character size. So just a heads up. What else do we need? Default directory, I'm fine with that. That's when I create a new file, that's where it puts me. That's where I start. I have to tell it where bash is because it says Windows. There's no built-in bash. I tell it where Python is. Like I said, this is like my machine-specific stuff. And then I tell it where my Emacs directory is. We're going to set this even though I'm not using it yet. So that's not all that weird. This stuff will come back to. I'm just going to ignore that for now. And then here. This is going to be my .emacs file for this machine. So this is what will load up automatically every time I start Emacs. Okay? And this is the machine-specific things. So I'm telling it, here's where you find these programs, and here's how big to make my window to start with. Everything else I do is going to be done in this helper file, because when I start a new machine, I've got this .emacs, and then this stuff is I create per machine. So machine-specific, and then my .emacs. So let's open my .emacs. Let's see here. I was in gbc Emacs config .emacs.l. We do need to change. This is Emacs config directory. So we're going to make it our .emacs.l, and this is where most of my configuration is going to happen. All right. So I'm going to save that. And now, if I close Emacs and reload it, it put Emacs in a different place in my windowing. The size is all wrong, so why did that not take? .emacs. Maybe we'll do this. We'll set some more variables. Set Q, so it's a quoted set, don't worry about it. We're going to set frame top to 5. set frame left to 100. And we're just going to ignore this. All we're doing is setting some variables and then loading our main file. Okay. Emacs config.emacs. Okay. We're going to steal stuff out of our other Emacs. So our Emacs old, we're going to steal stuff. Number one, your load path is where Emacs looks for more packages. So I'm telling it, look in my Emacs directory, wherever that is, which is why I set that in this file. It's different on every machine. Load my Emacs directory right here. So I'm saying, check in this directory for packages when you're loading stuff. All right, other .emacs. Blah, blah, blah. We can do some cool things there. We're going to ignore that for now. We're trying to pick the important things. Okay, font. I prefer, thank you very much, Anonymous Pro as my font. So we'll do that. Opacity, we'll skip that for now. I do use that quite a bit. We're going to skip it. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I have different cursor sizes and shapes and colors that I use. So this just sets those values for the different cursor representations. Not really important. And that says, depending on what mode the buffer is in we're working on, you don't need this. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to burden you with this. So I set my font. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do this. Maybe what we should do then is we're going to define a function called set font. It's going to take a variable font name and font size. Nah, we're not. We're just going to do this. We're just going to set the font. So by default, my stuff, all the fonts defaults to 11 points. We're going to skip this. That doesn't matter. Okay. Menu bar mode. Changes the way things scroll. Let's come back to that. Okay, here we go. I like Zenburn, we'll do that. Okay, miscellaneous things. That's probably useful. We'll start with miscellaneous. So I'm going to set font. Okay, F yes or no T. Let's look at this one. Sometimes when you try to do a thing, it'll say, are you sure you want to do this? Yes or no? And it'll ask you to type yes or no. Other times it asks you to type Y or N. I don't know why, but it does. Well, we can just say set this function to this function. So instead of ever having to type yes or no, I always type Y or N, and that's all. So that's a nice quality of life thing everybody should have. I like my Emacs to display time. You should not turn on a toolbar. You should not be using visual, so like this toolbar. That should not be there. Why would you ever use a toolbar in Emacs? Shame, shame, shame. Menu bar. I'm going to turn that one off as well. See this menu bar? Why is there a menu bar? That's just shameful. Shameful. Show parentheses mode. I do like show parentheses. I don't remember what winner mode is. You see how this has .emacs, L, old Emacs, GNU Emacs at the Shire. We're just going to set the title of our window to be that. If we look at our scratch buffer, it started with stuff in it. Why? We're just going to set the scratch message to nothing. My scratch buffer should come up empty. Remember that startup message? Let's see here. GNU Emacs. This thing, I don't ever want to see that. Why would I want to see that? So we're going to inhibit the startup message. Require final new line. So whenever I save a file, it automatically makes sure there's one empty new line at the end of every file. I do not want it to make up backup files. Before save, delete trailing white space. I really like that. No. Oh, I haven't written that function yet. I want indent tab modes. 4 spaces per tab. I don't remember what fill column. Fill column is basically how full is a line roughly. I always want subword mode. So these are just things I like to have in when I'm running. We don't need to worry about those. These are things that I want, but you don't need. Okay, here's a really good one. We're going to set some keyboard shortcuts. Set some useful key bindings. So a lot of times I want to jump to a very specific line, so I type meta G, and then you can see down here at the bottom, it's like, oh, you have an MG started. If I type 4, or when I load it, that's right. So if I go to line, I can type a line number in like 4, and it'll jump to line 4. So I like to use meta G as my keyboard shortcut because I use it a lot. We're going to skip those. We don't need those. I do use bookmarks. But I usually only use them for 2 things. So are you ready? Here's the keyboard shortcuts I need to remember, which I never do. So we're going to do this. Control X, R, O, M makes a bookmark for this file, .emacs. And the .emacs file we have open. Control X, R, M. Now those are both bookmarked. Actually, Control X, R, M. Control X, R, M. Okay, so now, if I close all my files, I can jump to a bookmark by that name. So I can go Control X, R, B. I think it's R for recall. Control X, R, B. And I can jump to my .emacs, and it'll always find that file in that location without me having to remember the full path, right? So that's always very nice. So Control X, recall, or bookmark list. There's my list of bookmarks. I can jump to whatever I feel like. Okay, so bookmarks are handy. What other .emacs stuff do we want to steal? We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Like, we should do things with desktop and calendars. They're super cool. I insist that everything be UTF-8. Thank you. Aliases, I do use that, but you don't need to worry about that. Okay. Mac only. So if we were on a Mac, I would want to use the meta X. I want to use the Mac command key as my meta instead of Alt. It's just more convenient to hit. Let's see, what else? Windows. I have to tell it how to behave for Windows. So use my bash path, which I set on my .emacs in the other one. I might have to explain to it how to load things on Windows. Shell mode. That's something you guys don't need. Probably completion window. That's all very nice stuff. Templates you don't need. Org mode you mostly don't need stuff. You don't need abbreviations. I do like ace jump, but we're not going to load that up just yet. Fly make I used to use. Fly spell I used to use more. Python, I do use Python a bit. PyShell, GLSL. So different kinds of code have different sets of rules for how things are colored and the keyboard shortcuts that are allowed inside the mode. We're going to skip all that stuff. So we're looking for the basics here. Okay, those are functions I've written or stolen. I've done a little both. That one was stolen. EMFS is another mode for playing music inside of Emacs. Let's see here, custom modes. Meh. Yeah, I'm not really using any of those. Okay. Right, so this is my new basic configuration. Oh. This is very basic. So if we close Emacs and we load it back up again, you can see we go straight to the scratch buffer. There's nothing in it. We don't have that welcome screen. And window position is still not correct. Oh, that's because I didn't steal it. So if we go Control X, RB, right, to recall the bookmark. We're going to go to, hey, oh. Okay. I got ahead of myself. There it is. Okay. Control X, RB. Control X, R, mark. Let's RM. Okay, there we go. Now they're back up. Let's get our old Emacs. This. We want in here. This is like truly miscellaneous stuff. On file, save things. Indentation stuff. So I'm going to kill that line and then move up and paste it there with a Control Y for yank. And remember, we can yank. I can Control Y to yank the last thing, then I can meta yank to instead yank the thing before that. So I have a list of copy saves. And these variables, normal frame size, were defined here. So I can use frame top and frame left here. Okay, so now we can close it down. It should pop up at a better size. Nope. It did not. What is it doing? Did I unpin that? Oh, I think I've got a bad pin here. Where's my Emacs? All right. Let me put that somewhere. Just a moment. I think the run Emacs. That's what I really want here. To be pinned. Windows does bizarre things. Okay. I'm just going to slowly build up my old Emacs a bit. Okay, run Emacs. I want to pin to taskbar. There we go. Click. The position and size are still not very good. Let me try to build up my Emacs just a little bit more, then we'll do like a mini tutorial thing. Set initial frame a list. Top left width height, that's all fine. Okay, well, either way, we need to steal some stuff here. We need to steal these two functions. Into our new .emacs. When I stream, I want my window a different size than when I'm just working by myself here. So when we size for streaming, and I size normal. So I've just read those in, so I can now do the size for streaming, and my window resizes and that sort of thing. It complains about EMMS, so we can just comment those out. Redefine those functions for myself. There we go. That finally worked. Okay, so this is the size I would normally stream at. Okay, so I picked for normal, right? We just do that. So size normal, and now when I reboot, it should come up huge, and then I can run size for streaming. That should just work. Okay, so let's close it, restart Emacs, and it should come up huge, bigger than you guys want. And then we size. So let's go ahead and load up something so you can see how big my screen is, and then size for streaming. Boom, like that. There it is. Okay, so things are working. Set font. Lots of miscellaneous stuff. Indent, bookmarks, encoding, Mac only, Windows only. Sizing for different uses. So you notice that this function name, we did mx, meta x, and then we can type it. So we can do size normal and go back to the big one, and then size for streaming. You'll also notice I have tab completion, so size streaming, it'll figure out what function I meant and give me a list of autocomplete. So if I say like meta x size tab, it'll tell me all of the ones, right, that I can use next. Boom. So that's actually kind of cool. Everything is a function, everything is like self-documenting. There's lots of built-in help things. Okay, next thing I need is, I really don't like this high contrast light mode. I want a darker mode. I tend to use Zenburn. So let's go look at my old .emacs. Zenburn. Okay. So here's the deal. Color theme 6.6.0. I'm wondering if there's a newer Zenburn out that I should be using. So let's pop back to the browser. Let's go Zenburn. Oh, I'll set up my let's see here. Font swirl. I'll show you where I use what font I use. Anonymous Pro. This is the one. I'll put that in the slides. Basic setup. Here's what I use for my font. That is not the font I'm using here. What am I using? Hepta, what's it? Hepta Slab. Good heavens. There's the font. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, Zenburn. It's a low contrast, so you can stare at it for longer without making your eyes all tired and sore. Zenburn Vim, where is... Been ported all over the place. That's all Vim related. List of derivatives. Where's my Emacs? Zenburn for Emacs. Where is it? There we go. Zenburn for Emacs. Color scheme. I do want to try a different one here shortly, so let's take a look at that in a minute. Let's see. So we're going to go to Zenburn Emacs. And in theory, all I need is this file. I'm going to go raw, copy. Now let's hide the browser. Let's see. Oh, good. Let's come on. This one. Set font. Set color theme. So we're going to do this. It's called Zenburn -theme.l. Paste all that junk in there. Then in our .emacs, we have to tell it to load it. So there we go. So we can load that file. File missing. So we load it. Def theme Zenburn. Oh, so I think I just do this. Oops. Really? All right, let's go back to our old one. Maybe I can't just steal the raw file, or there's no dependencies, right? Change log license read again. None of that matters. Those are dependencies. I don't have to load the directory. Let's just restart Emacs. Maybe I've got some weird variables defined somewhere that's messing it up. Okay, so it's crashing on loading. It doesn't know what Zenburn is. Load path, my Emacs dir should be there. So I require a package. Zenburn theme. Should define Zenburn. Unless the invocation for modern Zenburn is different than the one I have. Def group Zenburn theme. All the colors. I've required it. How do I make it the... Remote support. Okay, maybe I do need README. README. Oh, just load theme Zenburn T. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I guess they've changed the way that that works since when the one I used to use. Let's see here. Let's go to Emacs. Old color theme. Where's the README here? Yeah, these instructions have changed quite a bit. Require whatever. Yeah, it's done differently now. Okay, so there's our new color scheme. Much better. So let's close out of this and reopen Emacs now that it's going to load correctly. There's the huge one. We can size for streaming. There we go. All right, so we've got our font set, and I've got a link to the font. We're going to use, oops, this Emacs. Yep, so that works fine. All the instructions in that file. Color scheme. What else do I do? Indentation. I like tab to be 4. I want spaces. Meta G to go to line. That's all working. So we can go to line 42. Control N to go next. Control P to go up. L, yeah, N is next line. P is previous line. Encodings, I prefer all that. EMMS we don't need. Okay, so let's look at our old .emacs then. Let's see what else we want to steal for now. I haven't actually been using that, so we're going to skip that. Font we've done. Opacity, I do actually like the opacity stuff. This is not something you need at all. And in fact, it doesn't do anything in a non-GUI, so if you're in a command console, or opaque, mass opaque, full opaque. So now I can do things like, well, let's see here. First I have to run that, and then my key bindings, course, okay, so I can now use Control 8 and 9 to make it more or less opaque, which you probably can't see because of the way OBS works. That does make me feel more at home. Cursor. So let's just take a look at that. If we execute all of these code pieces, if I make this buffer read-only, my cursor should change. Let's Q, it's not. Overwrite mode. Maybe we need to close and reload Emacs. So let those take. Control X Q read only. Huh. It's not changing it. Overwrite mode is not changing my cursor. Read only cursor type changes to a bar instead of a box. Overwrite normal. We'll change to a red bar. It should. So why is that not working? Hmm. Oh. See, I would have done that if my cursor had been properly updated. Hmm. Okay, so it looks like something else in Emacs has changed since I was last in here. Oh. These variables now don't do what they used to do, so I guess we need to look it up. Cursor display, here we go. Cursor blinking. Huh. Read-only color. Actually, this looks exactly like what I've already stolen, huh? I think this is it. But this was back in 2009. Yeah, I should get a red box when I'm in read-only mode because of read-only color. Set cursor according to mode. Condition is the buffer read-only. Overwrite mode otherwise. Post command. Oh, did I not get that line in there? Maybe that's my problem. Maybe there's two problems. Okay, let's do that. All right, XQ. Now I've got that gray underline. Control XQ. Oops. Now I'm back to a vertical bar, and if I go to insert mode, it's red box. Perfect. Okay, now I can tell what mode my text editing is in based on the cursor, which is great. As stolen from here. I should actually document that. I always try to put sources for things when I find them, but in fact, this opacity modifier is probably the same guy, huh? Hmm. We've got our font, we've got our color. Transparent Emacs. There we are. I'll bet this is the one. Yep, that looks very same. There we go. We're sourcing our our code pieces here. Cool, cool. All right, let's see your font, color scheme. Good, good. Okay. So that's a bunch of stuff. Let's go back to our old .emacs. I don't really use that. I can retire that. Font set is good. Opacity. We've got cursor. We've got scrolling. So menu bar mode right is this thing here. We can turn it on or off. We can move it to the left. We're going to put it on the right, which is the default anyways. I think I had this in here because on Mac, the scroll bar was for, I don't remember. Setting it to the right makes sense. And then scroll margin 0, scroll conservatively, preserve scheme position. I like all of those behaviors. We're going to steal that in our new one. This code is going to be executed, so not a big deal. Cursor, window opacity. Okay, Windows opacity. I'm just going to make the different topics stand out from each other a bit more. Coding. This is all pretty miscellaneous stuff. Set font is a lot less miscellaneous. And theme. Because what I want to try is a different theme. Because I saw one once. What was it called? Clown, no clown, something, something. Where did they go? No clown fiesta and them. Is there an Emacs version? Sorry, I'm just trying to hunt up a thing. Let's put that in the browser. I want to try the No Clown Fiesta. Let's share the browser. I want to try No Clown Fiesta. No Clown Fiesta Emacs. I just want to try it. Let's grab it. Acquire auto themer? Oh, I don't know if I don't want that then. Let's just try it though. Let's just go for it. Let's see here. Raw, no Clown Fiesta theme. Fiesta theme.l. Paste the whole thing. Yeah, I really don't want to have to hunt down auto themer. See, they want to use package stuff. Package VC install, auto themer. Yeah, I don't want dependencies. No dependencies, please. Back to searching. Maybe somebody else has a better port. I don't want dependencies. I want package management. Is that really it? The theme isn't on Melpa yet. Clone the repo. Use package. Emacs 29. Should we just try this? I don't know if I like this theme. Do I like this theme? I think I like Zenburn better. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Zenburn. This isn't, it's not doing it for me. So we're going to stick with Zenburn. Always should try new things, but so I'll remove this. Oh, so here's the thing you can do. There's a directory mode, and we can Shift D to delete no clown fiesta theme. Yes. Oh, all the .tilde files. Okay, I need to find backup files. Backup. Tilde. I thought I turned backup off. Make backup files nil. So in this directory, I'm seeing these tilde files. So maybe that was okay. This is my old one. Okay. Right, .emacs. What else have we got here? Winter mode. I don't know what winter mode is. We should look that up. It's been so long since I set it up. I don't remember. Emacs winter mode. Windows configuration. I don't know if I want winter mode. We'll leave it off until it bothers me, then we'll turn it back on. Okay, frame title is probably fine. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Keyboard macros and compile. I will steal those. I'll actually put this towards the bottom of the screen. Okay, what else we got here? Bookmarks we talked about. Okay, so these are keyboard shortcuts I use that are not enabled by default. You could really screw up your file if you're not paying attention, but I use them all the time. So we're going to put that under miscellaneous. We're going to say don't disable these functions, and there's the keyboard shortcuts for them. Let's see. Set keys, bookmarks we talked about, desktop calendar. So things I would like to do. Things I would like to figure out. Maybe we'll do this some other time. Desktop. Basically sessions is what it's called, what it's about. I would like to use the calendar more efficiently. There's more stuff you can do with like calculators that I only half remember half the time. Like these are things I should learn to use better. I should learn to use dir-ed better. The directory editor. It's like your file management stuff. I do use a line expression. So it says take this function and also call it this. That's all that means. I'm not actually using that many aliases yet. Mac Windows. We did that shell mode. Suppress, yeah. These are good to have. Let's be consistent about some things here. Okay. Not that many of those. Shell mode, what else are we doing? Compilation window. So I want the behavior of my compilation window to be a certain thing. So what this does is when I run a compile command, it says put it down below my code at 8 characters high. When the compilation finishes, if it was abnormal, then we just pop up a message and we don't close anything. Otherwise, we delete the window for the current thing and say there's no compilation errors. Winner undo. Oh, so I do need winner. Okay. Good to know. Okay, templates. I kind of want to revisit my templates, so maybe we'll skip that. Org mode. I use org mode. I don't really use abbreviations at all. There's more org stuff we can do here. Ooh, ace jump. I don't think we've put ace jump in yet. Okay, org mode. Got so many things we can do with org mode. What else are we stealing? Abbreviations. I really don't use it. Ace jump. I do use ace jump though. Let's go see if we can find a good ace jump mode update. Emacs ace jump mode. I like it. I use it sometimes. In GitHub maybe. There it is. Boom. I do kind of like this one. Utility. Bullet list. Space. Make it blue. These are what, 28? Whoa. There we go. Utilities. All right, so as usual, we're just gonna get this thing raw. So I'll show you what ace jump move does here shortly. Let's see here, ace jump move.l. All right, it's a minor mode. So we auto load, push pop. Put our other Emacs one. I need ace jump mode. It's a minor mode though. Okay, now where's our keyboard shortcuts? I actually want keyboard shortcuts to be one of the last things in my buffer here. There we go. That'll help a lot. So what that does, let's see here, auto load, eval. Oh, it was already in. So if I'm in a buffer, let's I think not an Emacs, not an eLisp buffer. Let's go to any old code file. Doesn't really matter. Source. So what space jump does is if I go control C space, control something. Control C space. It can't load ace jump mode? Oh, move. Okay, now if you go to main, control C space. Oh, interesting. Package CL is deprecated. There we go. All right, so if we hit Control C space, because that's the keyboard shortcut I told it I wanted, and I want to jump here to init logging, I can just type the first letter, and it'll say, oh, here's everywhere that the letter I is the first letter in a word. And then since I was already looking here at init logging, then I type the letter F, and I'm there. Okay? So that's it. So I can jump anywhere I want by looking at the word I want to jump to, like S for set. I want to go Control C space S. And it says now you type either an A, a B, a C, or D, or an E to jump to that exact location, D. Boom. So I can jump around completely arbitrarily, right? And my cursor will jump wherever I need it to. This is not the same Steam Zenburn I had before. Not sure I like it as well. But anyways, ace jump is working, and you can also do Control X space to pop. So I can go to a place and then pop back to where I was. So that's always nice. Okay, .emacs old. We did ace jump, that's nice. Fly make, I haven't been using it, or it's fly spell. Those are all old. I really haven't done those. Fill column 120. Yep. We're not really using desktops. Python. So when I launch Python, I do want it to do these things. Because I can run Python interactively within my Emacs. I'm not really using a Python checker right now, so we can delete that setup if we feel like it later. Interactive Python, blah, blah, blah. So if I set this all up, run Python, boom, now I have a Python running. So 1 plus 2, plus 23, so on and so forth. Cool, so Python's working for us. What else do we have? GLSL. I don't think I had any dependencies on that. We're just going to steal that straight up. We're just going to load GLSL mode whenever we see a file that ends in GLSL vert or frag. So easy enough. C++. Okay, this is something I've really wanted to clean up for a very long time. I used to have so many more things happening. Cedit, I used to have that. I used to have a bunch of Qt stuff thrown in, all the different tags. I'm just going to skip that for now. Custom functions and macros. Okay. These are things I wrote mostly. All right. So let's go grab this stuff. This is code. The rest of which build on that one macro. So I'm going to steal all those. Custom elisp. Actually, I'm going to put this under the custom elisp. These macros get weird. This is where you can take code. Final calls. PJ opacity. Okay, so that'll be like the last thing done instead of near the first thing's done. Okay. Right, so we've got all these macros defined. Upline, downline, I like that one. It basically moves the current line my cursor is on, up, or down line. That's all it really does. Which means in here, I can say Control C up and down arrow to just move a line up and down. And since it's with paired repeat, that means that I don't have to Control C, Control up and down. I can do something like this. Control C. Oh, I haven't defined it all. That's fine. We'll come back and show it. Uniquify. I like that one. Oh, find first non-ASCII character. Yeah, that's helpful. Rename file and buffer. Go to matching parens. I've been stealing some of this code from different places. They're all useful in their time. 9, go to matching paren. I forgot I had that. EMMS. This is a cool one. I don't know if I want to play with that right now. Custom modes I don't need. Reformatter Zig. So if we were to put Zig, Odin, and Nim back in, we would do that. I don't know if I really feel like putting those in right now. Which means, I think EMMS is the last thing. Which is cool. It is a cool thing, I'm not gonna lie. Let's just close and reload my Emacs and make sure it still is valid. Everything loads as expected. Eager macro expansion. Huh. That's odd. Eager macro expansion failure. Alright, easy way to find it. It's an eager macro, so it's probably when we do a def macro, probably something along with this. Let's just remove all of our macros. Let's just try reloading that. If we don't have any macros, oh, symbols function definition is void, comma. I wish it would tell me file and line number without running debug in it. All right, let's try it. Run Emacs dash debug. It. Okay, now we get a full trace. Emacs. Debugger entered. Void function, comma. So where's there a comma? I don't know how valid any of my sources even are anymore. Control-C, GX. I don't remember what that's all about. Okay, blah, 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 blah. I need to find a comma that's causing me issues here. It thinks this is all commented out, so it shouldn't affect anything. Oh, there we go. I'll bet that works. Okay, let's run our Emacs. Size machining. And now we got to figure out where our macros are going wrong. So this one I stole straight off the intergoogles. This one is mine. This one is mine. This one is complicated enough that maybe it's a problem. Paired repeating. No. Huh. Let's reload Emacs and see if that does not fail. Interesting. I do that. Entering debugger. Okay. So it's blowing up when I try to actually use it. Dang it. Excessive Lisp nesting. It expands everything. So it's probably stuck in an infinite expansion, but this used to work in old Emacs. So what did they change? What did they change? Well, shoot. I really did not want to debug Emacs. Set key with paired repeat. This one. So this is a macro. Hey, good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. See, film's doing good, doing good. We're trying to rebuild my Emacs. We made up a few slides for more like beginner Emacs stuff, but we'll go through some of those after I get my Emacs back the way I like it. Almost there, almost there. This function, or this macro rather, is causing me some heartburn. Paired repeating. I use VS Code. Yep. You'll never know the joys of Emacs if you keep using VS Code. And by joys, I mean one part frustration, one part genius. Like there's just this pure configurable stuff you can do in Emacs. Like I'm writing my own macros and code that it interprets on startup, and it can get pretty cool, but it can also be kind of a pain. like right now. I don't understand this backtrace. Okay. With paired repeat, prog in. This has worked before, but not in a more modern Emacs. So this let's just Google it, I guess. Google. Which I suppose means I should show the old browser. All right. Okay, Chinese package leads to a max Lisp. No, not a max Lisp eval depth. That is not the error I'm getting. I can increase the value of max Lisp eval depth. You can try it. All right. All right, so I made it huge. Entering debugger. Darn. So still went over. Is it actually infinite upline? Repeat key. Downline. See, why is this? Why is it like this? Hey, how are the lessons and teaching going? Yeah, we're just rebuilding my Emacs today, so not really a lesson or anything. We had a few good lectures. They're all on YouTube. The notes are in the YouTube video description as a PDF. So I don't know. Some people said they really liked it. Not as much turnout, but I'm also not streaming as consistently these days, so I'm not really surprised. Like I said, I've been busy with some other business-related things and really haven't had time to dedicate to the streaming so much these right now. Which, you know, it's the way it goes sometimes, I'm afraid. Let me think. See, I don't see. Okay. Paired repeating. You've been busier lately? Yeah, I think spring hits and everybody just has too many things going on. You have been streaming more lately. Oh, cool. That's always awesome. Repeating. Paired key, so this makes me a little sad. With paired repeat. Easy repeat. Man, I worked through all these ages ago. So there's the keyboard shortcut. and then whatever function you want to invoke, and the last key is the part that flip-flops, right? So it should be shortcut 1, function 1, shortcut 2, function 2, repeating function to keyboard shortcut. Paired repeating shortcut 2, shortcut 2. Oh, these macros, they hurt my brain when I built them, but they always worked. So what's wrong with modern Emacs? I'm going to take a quick restroom break while I ponder the mysteries. Because we may have to do some recursive thinking. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Oh, which brings me to debugging macros. Okay, so we stole this function. Not this function. I guess the eval depth doesn't matter so much. With easy repeat, the repeat key is the last thing. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it just turns that into that. Then it runs. So it says, here's the repeat key. Execute this body, and then while you keep hitting that repeat key, run the body again, clear the key commands, run the body, and then run if we got the same repeat key back. Okay. Otherwise, clear it. So that all should be fine. And we need this repeating. Comma means don't evaluate this in a macro. So don't evaluate the function, just give me the function itself. What's any problem with those? This should be fine. So we have the repeat key and we have the other key. Read an event, clear the command. If it's the repeat key, then we do the same function. And we clear the last input event. If it's the other key, I saved last week's video, exported it to frames and ran it through AI to OCR all your stuff. And imported it all into UDK. I played the game, it's pretty fun. Awesome! Thanks for joining the chat. Always good to have new people in. Ran it through AI to OCR all my code. Last week, what was our stream on last week? That was, what even is computer science? Don't think there was any code last week, but still, that's an awful lot of effort to go to. Most of the time, I'll just hand out the code if it's not like a huge major project. If somebody wants a file or two, I don't mind just handing those out. That's a big deal. Played the game. Awesome, awesome. Good. So let me think. How to fix with paired repeat. So I guess, what's my loop here? Upline, downline. Is this the looping chunk? Prog n equal event repeat key. Prog n with paired repeat. I think there's something I'm supposed to suppress the evaluation of with a comma. Upline, downline, yeah. I think this chunk is repeating. With paired repeat. Upline, downline, there. Yeah, I think this is the part that's repeating. A thing to repeat or thing to reverse. So I need to suppress evaluation of something. Apply. Oh, this thing. This thing. Oh. Because with paired repeat contains another with paired repeat. actually need to the idea is I want to be able to hit the up arrow to go up and the down arrow to go down, which is the paired repeat, right? I need to flip between them. If I hit up, it does the other thing. If I hit down, it does the other thing. If I hit up, 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 it'll do the same thing over and over again, which is this part. But this part, key. So where's other key? It's this. This is what's killing me. One that lets me do. I have to think about this one. This is tricky, tricky, tricky. Repeat key, equal event, other key. Oh, repeat key. Oh, interesting. Actually, let's compare to my other .emacs. With paired repeat. Oh. Interesting. A comment in front of one, but not in front of both? Huh. Huh. I don't know if that would make a difference. Think about this. Oh, we do those strings. Okay, that makes sense. Repeat key, other key with paired repeat. Aref, keyboard shortcut 2. Yeah, grab the last element of that array, basically. Paired repeating. Paired repeating. With paired repeat. I am close. I'm close. What am I missing? What am I missing here? Oh, my eye feels irritated. I need a way to suppress this thing from evaluating all the way down until it's needed. Repeat key, other function. And how did this not cause a problem before? This is causing an infinite thing, but I think it has to do with the way that it's being evaluated. So okay, so here's one thing we might be able to do. Maybe we can do an apply suppress evaluation. Nope, doesn't like that. It's irritated. Here's what we're doing. Oh, other key is already defined. That's actually fine. Function and other function. Hmm. Hey, Vomish on my brow. How are you doing? Good to see you back again. Good to see you back. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Been busy. Got a job. Done with school. Working projects. Anything good? In my old job, yeah, trying to do my own projects. Try the dev life. Yep. Yep. I feel like something's wrong here. The more I stare at this thing, the more doubts I have. I'm not as strong in Lisp as the last time when I worked my way through these. Did a mini system using PHP, no frameworks. Nice. Try to sell it. Nice. Did you learn a lot? Building your own mini system is a great learning experience. Function nil. I honestly don't remember all the details of this thing. I think it was the first time I tried thing about architecture. Understand the word for why for who. Okay. Yep. Your architecture can make or break you sometimes. Is that a comma? Uh-oh. Let's copy all of that. Are you modifying an open source or creating a plugin? Well, we're kind of doing neither. We are editing my old Emacs, bringing it all up to date or something. These are functions I wrote myself. And I think we're ending up with an infinite loop. So Emacs, there's no plugins, that's just code. Everything is code. It's all eLisp. So if you want to do anything, you just put it in a code file and tell it to load it, and it'll run it. So I have some code that I wrote ages ago that I don't remember how it works anymore. Macros get really weird in your brain, like which layer am I looking at? And I have macros, which create macros for me. It gets all very confusing. So I think if I do that, Control C and Control V. Well, here's Control C, Control V for you. It doesn't do anything. So it doesn't like that. Apply. What is this thing doing? Oh, I see. Apply, comma. Something like that. Nope, doesn't like that. Is there a reason why you don't use VS Code, or is it just because you like it? I like Emacs. I know Emacs. I've worked on too many different systems and embedded systems to want to work with VS Code. It's different everywhere. Emacs is the same everywhere. It works on a command line, works in GUI mode. I've been using it for years and years. There are things I can do in Emacs that you just can't do very well in VS Code. There's nothing VS Code does that I can't do in Emacs. Okay, I'm confused by this thing though. This is not lazy evaluation on this branch. Emacs or elisp lazy eval login or something like that. You can just use VS Code as a text editor. There's really nothing that needs it. Yeah. Yeah, it's what a lot of people seem to default to. So we can do eval, comma. Still blows up. I only want it to run this code if this condition is true. And it's not doing that. It'll define this function until we try to use it. Eval max lisp eval depth. Okay, so that worked. Can I then run this command and not blow up? Nope, it blows up. Well, shoot. Or what? Okay. And it's this thing right here. With paired repeat. Inside with paired repeat. Putting it in eval doesn't. Oh, if I suppress evaluation. Nope, that's going to blow it up. This eval doesn't actually fix anything I like here. want to lazily evaluate this. This is the part that flips everything around for me. Making sure we need a prog in here. Oh. Again, means run the next n evaluations in order. So we could do maybe eval. Nope. It just doesn't like it with that suppressed there. Indent. Oh, so I can't suppress that. Oh, that's evaluate at compile. Oh. If paired repeat. This is so close, except this is not being evaluated at the right time. What? Shoot. This used to work. So something in Lisp changed from 2021? This used to do it. What about apply? Okay, that might actually be working. Okay, so if I grab a line of text, Control C down arrow moves it down, but not up. So close. going to grab this ace jump mode line down. Going back up doesn't work. Up to reverse, symbol value as variable is void. With paired repeat. Invalid function downline. Okay, that's different. Upline. Okay, now we're getting closer. It's no longer blowing up. It's just not finding the symbols I need. Here's the function, here's the other function. Apply. How do we do that? Okay. Up. No. Symbols function definition is void. Comma means evaluate at macro time, right? Oops, closed. Closed it. It's gonna blow up. Okay. I used to remember how to do this stuff. Apply. Oh, I think I know. This needs a tick. and suppress evaluation until that's not a function. And that's going to blow up. Ah. Apply to this thing these parameters, and we don't want it to evaluate a macro elisp eval, let's see here, apply macro. Oh, macro expand. Eval macro expand. Eval macro expand. Nope, it's gonna blow up. Okay, let's try that. Hey, there it is. Now it's working. Okay. I can grab any line and move it down and up, and it's working. So good. We fixed it. Yay, good job, us. Phew. All right, so that works well. Anything else we want to do? So we have the old .emacs. We do have EMMS. Oh. So when I told you that Emacs is an interactive environment for developing text editing programs, It turns out there are music playing programs that only have a text interface. Therefore, in Emacs, you can write programs that will then play music, which is exactly what EMMS is. So let's go do a quick search for EMMS on the inner Googles, because this is kind of fun. Where's my browser? Emacs EMMS. Here we go. Look at all that stuff. So much stuff. All right. Let's just download it. Okay, so it's all downloaded. I'm going to move it into a folder where it can be found. So let's go to my downloads. Extract all. There it is. All right. So we're going to put that in my Emacs folder where all my other stuff is. Wonder what else I've been not using. It's sitting around in that old folder. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to steal some things. I'm going to start by stealing all of this. I'll set the keys later. Okay. All right. So we're going to add Emacs EMMS master to my load path. Require EMMS setup. Yep. We'll run that, redo that. That's fine. That's fine. EMMS mode line. It's fine. Playtime. No video. I don't want any visuals. That's fine. EMMS toggle playing. Blah blah blah. Okay. Key bindings. I'm gonna steal those as well. Okay. And then I need to actually go clean up some old playlists out of there. Boom. And then let's reload my Emacs. Just see if it comes up. Nope. Something wasn't right. Lambda nil quoted with quote rather than hash quote. I don't know what that means. I'm not familiar with this. Emacs 25 to Emacs 28, somebody started getting a similar message, warning an error, ignore it, but you should probably fix it. If only to avoid being nagged, search in your init for a single quote quoting a lambda expression. Quote lambda. Okay, so let's go. Right there. And they want me to do this. They said it happened 5 times. All right, see if we can do this without warnings. No warnings. All right, our thing is working, sort of. Okay, so if we go back to our EMMS, we want to make a new playlist. So Control C, EMS create. Okay. Control. We're gonna want to add a directory to it. Control C E plus. Oh no. Control C E bang audio. I think 2 musicals. The Phantom of the Opera. Boom. Okay. Then I want to save. Oh, here we go. Control C E W. Playlist fine. Audio. We're gonna call this one Phantom of the Opera. Dot. I forgot what those were. EPL. It's like Emacs playlist or something. That's what we called those. EPL. Emacs playlists. Thank you. Don't have focus. EPL. Oh, what? CE bang. Control CE bang. It should be full tree. Where's my songs? Does Phantom of the Opera not exist there? Come on. Musicals, Phantom of the Opera. It's all there as MP3s. Oh. Music 2, parameter format not correct. Okay, now CE. Oh no. Control CE bang musicals. Parameter format not correct. Interesting. Let's do something else. Musicals. I like Les Mis. That's a great one. Parameter format not correct. Well, darn. EMMS parameter format, not correct. Oh, find is provided by Windows. So if I CE bang musicals, and then we go to music, I'm getting the output that's saying the Windows find command is not working. I need the where do I have my find command? Yeah, I don't want to use that one. Good heavens. I thought I had my bash set up. Whoa, what was that? Okay, so let's do this. Killing that. We're going back to our .emacs. If we're in Windows, we're doing that. Okay. Now, which find should we be using? Control C, E, bang, audio 2, musicals, Phantom of the Opera. Nope, still not working. Ah, that's bizarre. Oh, and you can't see because I didn't turn the browser off. So that did not work. Still getting. Open find. Yeah, it's not working. Shoot. Why is it not finding it? Find. Ugh. See, this should not be so hard. Add Dured. Oh. Well. Okay, let's do this then. Audio 2, musicals, C, E, plus. Nope. still not working. Okay, let me look at. Can I not open it? Restore. I don't want to restore, but okay. I had this worked out once, but it was ages and ages ago. So let's open up this thing. You literally just give it a path. The only difference here is that this is audio 2. So we can make this work, but I won't add those paths correctly. It's because of the Windows thing. Windows find. The point is, we're going to load it. Control C, E, L, Phantom of the Opera. Oh. So, where is my Emacs? I should be able to. Well, it is working. It is playing the Phantom of the Opera. I don't know if you can hear it. I think it's kind of cool. Like I said, it's using a Windows bind instead of an E not, but we'll have to figure that out. Anyways, I think other than C, so I've just hit pause on my music player without ever leaving Emacs. And basically Emacs is using mPlayer. Yeah, this whole add a directory tree should not be so hard. You got it? Oh, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so you can play music in here. You can, next, previous, shuffle, volume controls. It's kind of cool. Because mPlayer is a text-based music player, which means Emacs can do anything text-related, and that works just fine. So we're just adding key bindings that call functions that load that process and then interact with it via text. So it's pretty cool. Just to show what Emacs can do. Don't use byte hash for hashing characters over different environments. Okay, why is that? Because of endianness? I can see that being a thing. Okay, let me think. Is there anything else I want to do in particular? This is much cleaner. I guess one thing I would like to do different tips. I don't really use that one. My MD5 with the same engine was giving me different results from Postgres hash to Node.js hash. Oh, fun. Fun. Well, JavaScript doesn't have a proper integer type, so it may have done some weird things, maybe, or maybe compare them, validate password input. Yep. You got to be careful with your hashing. If you're not consistent, it won't work. Reading forums. Yep. Okay. So the main thing left was time to go to bed, Dravest. You have a wonderful evening. JTL. Yeah, so Drivest, you have a good weekend. I will have an excellent steak dinner tonight. We'll see you next week. I'm not sure what we're doing next week. I haven't planned that far ahead yet. JTL, yep, still configuring. I've got mine more or less whipped up. I think what I need to do is two things. I need to basically create a simplified one that would work for anybody, and then post that with the YouTube video. So maybe we do a simple Emacs config .emacs. We just try to make a very simple one. So we're going to just take the very most simple things. So this is great, those are all great, that's fine, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. All of those are simple things that anybody would need. That's not useful. I like both of those. Indent. Set font. That's a very simple thing people might want. Not everybody needs bookmarks. Encoding. That's a thing people would want. Window opacity is not really necessary. I do actually really like the cursor stuff though. What was the other thing? Zenburn, bookmarks. Change it by changing the character set types because MD5 hashes bytes, not characters. Yes, it does. Yeah, you have to have the same encoding. That's always fun. A new user probably wants that. Nobody cares about window opacity. Cursor. This is very handy. I'm just trying to pick out like the minimum things I would want as a user. Bookmark stuff. The keyboard is bouncing keys a bit more than I would like. So I'm just trying to get the minimum. Indent. This is really and truly miscellaneous. When we save the file, indentation. Set font. So in anybody else's world, they can turn that on and change the variables the way they want. For UTF-8 bookmarks. So set Q my Emacs dir 2. I don't know if that's going to work. Pat, what the heck is going on here? Emacs macro hell. Yes, we've done that. I fixed it though. I fixed it. Pixels. Pixels. Character. Characters. Nobody else needs streaming stuff, so we can actually simplify this a bit. I'm just trying to make a simplified user setup. So that's good. trying to do the stuff that's useful. Let me save a file, delete trailing white space on each line, and the file ends with a blank line. Indent, no tabs, side, spaces only. Four spaces per tab. Been messing with Rust lately. Still not a fan. Nope, I wasn't after I tried it. I did not like it. Set font. Choose your own font. I recommend installing. I'm going to try and have this cleaned up a bit for simplicity. Anonymous Pro. I go back to it every year or so to see if my mind has changed. Nope. Nope. Yeah. No, I tried recently Zig and Nim and Odin, and actually Odin was my favorite. Nim was not as hated as I thought it might be, and Zig was not as smooth as I would have liked, but there was things to like about it. So they're all three are actually pretty solid languages, I would say. Okay, so there's a set font, encoding. I'm trying to find a minimum set of things here that would work for a new person without too much work. Encoding bookmarks. The world has gone to UTF-8. Oops. I can never get Odin to build, nor Zig, and I don't even remember why. It took me a minute to get Odin to work. I had to install like a special Visual Studio dependency on Windows, which I did not like. But once I got it done, it actually was pretty slick. Yeah, I can actually, if you're on Windows, I can walk you through what I did to make it work. Zig worked right out of the box. I had to do nothing to it. It worked perfectly. Yeah, Windows sucks. Windows sucks. I agree. 100%. I used to develop on Linux solely, and my goodness, so simple to just pull a dev package and just go, yeah, but you end up with other issues. Like dependency hell, right? So you pull a dependency and it pulls this other dependency and this other one, and then you update something and now you have a dependency mismatch, blah, blah, blah. So I'm trying to make it more user-friendly .emacs. So you can still end up in dependency hell, but yeah, there are some things it does easier out of the box. Mark files for easy reopening later. Like your .emacs file. Jump to bookmark, list of bookmarks, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm just trying to system specific variables. Our Emacs is going to look for stuff and things. Lovely documentation. Where should your Emacs window appear and how big? Frame height. Sure, doesn't matter. This is for somebody else's. Blah blah blah. Indentation, choose a font, encodings, bookmarks, cursor. Let's describe what this does. In a buffer, if it is read only, overwrite mode or normal mode. This changes the cursor to reflect that mode. And I'm not guessing about why I can't edit a file or why I'm overwriting things on accident. All right. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Cursor. Mac only. Mac command key is perfectly positioned for your meta key. Okay, back where we were. We were at the Windows only. I use Bash. Nobody else in the world is probably going to do that. Nobody's going to need that. Compilation org mode. Nobody needs that. Nobody needs at least jump off the bat. Nobody needs Python off the bat. Or GLSL. Nobody needs these functions. I don't even need this one anymore, since we fixed that one. Nobody needs EMS. Okay, this one, super useful. Those are all useful. Go to match parent. Okay, what else does people need? That's basically it for those. Final calls. So instead of size normal, set frame size and position. That's really the key of what we need here. Selected frame, frame width, frame height, top, I think. Top left with height. Okay, this Emacs file should be just about everything people need to get started in a way that's reasonable. So this whole F9 thing just means that it goes from the beginning to the end of whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Let's try it. Oh, didn't like it. Oh. Let me see here. Control X, E. I did indeed move it. Did indeed. We can make it smaller. 125 and 75. Okay. Phew. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this as an example.emacs file. I'll put that in the YouTube video. So you just put this in your home directory and then start up your Emacs. And this should fix a lot of the major issues and make a few things very nice. G is very handy. I think I've got my Emacs set up, except for the C mode stuff. So the other .emacs. C++. Yeah, I haven't set it up with all the new C++ stuff. Gdebug many windows. C lineup maximum indent. Hard list indent setup. C mode hook, subword mode, column marker. Why is it 80? That's terrible. Tab width. Default style Linux indentations. I've started using a lot less packages and stuff. Inside class. Not sure. Align enum class. Closing brace. Cedit. I haven't used it in ages. Qt. I don't have to do. So maybe my C isn't that far off then. I'm not happy with GDB. So here's another two things I really need to work out here. C indentations. I think we can do better. The other thing I want is Git, and the other thing is GDB. I've never liked the way I've used GDB, and I don't like the way I'm using Git right now. I think Maggot would make my life easier, and I think using GDB inside of Emacs would be easier as well. Maybe. So there's the things I should still crank away on. I should use dir-ed more. These other things need to work out. More ideas to play with. Other chat things. I know you can do your email and all sorts of things in here. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. So I think this .emacs is not a bad starting point for most people. 162 lines of decent, usable stuff. I don't think my Emacs is going to put the bookmarks there. That's fine. Okay, that's it. So I think this setup would work for most people without too much trouble. And I think I've got mine most of the way done. Like I said, things I still need to work through or learn better. Like, I know Duret a little bit. I should really try to master it. It's way better than me popping out into oh yeah, we were gonna fix EMMS find with your add directory tree not working. Otherwise, the EMMS is working to add to play music within my Emacs. Okay. Anything else? For now, I think that's good. I think we're happy with those. So I'll put my notes for these slides up on the thing. Let's see, where's my browser? So these slides, we kind of cranked them out while we were working through stuff. So what is Emacs? Pros and cons. Install. Getting started. .emacs. Basic setup. Or Anonymous Pro Zenburn. Setup items I like. Let's see here. Miscellaneous items. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. Just things for people to try. You list code files, execute. So I will have an example one of these in the YouTube channel. Okay. Miscellaneous items. Okay. So I think this isn't a bad starting point. So again, get it installed, get it running, and then just practice these 3 cards worth of commands to get started. Once the muscle memory starts to come to you, then we can add more cards. Maybe next week we'll just add a few more cards because you have this whole reference card, right? So other things I would have to add are, I really use a lot query replace. I use some of this stuff, not that much. Mini buffers. I use these quite a bit. I don't use a lot of this stuff. Info keyboard macros. I do use a lot of macros. Okay, so we got to do buffers, macros, query replace. Those are like more advanced Emacs topics. Writing commands. Yeah, so I think. So next week, what I need to do. Query replace buffers. What's it called? Windows, and macros. Macros is kind of when you're like, oh, that's where the power comes in. So we've got a few topics to expand on next week. So if this week you just focus on these these three cards, right? Get used to using these commands. These are super powerful. These are the beginning. Get the muscle memory trained. I think that's all we're going to talk about. So I've got my Emacs set up the way I want. I'll have a sample Emacs file and I'll have this one to narrow down how many keyboard shortcuts you have to memorize. And just practice. Let's see here. I kind of want the kill ring is a list of text that has been killed in modern vernacular. You would say cut. It is a clipboard of text that has been cut. Translation. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else you really need. Oh, and org mode. Maybe we can talk about org mode. Okay. So like I said, this slide deck is a little bit more beginner based. Maybe it's not quite detailed enough. Let me know if there are like questions. And I'll give you all that stuff in the YouTube channel download. This is a fairly decent list of basic commands. Center the text vertically on point. Okay. Control L. All right. Yeah. Probably gonna call that good for the day. You have a wonderful evening. Like I said, there's more advanced topics which we can get to in another lecture. And this one was more of me working through my own Emacs file just so you can see it. And then I boiled all the basic Emacs file stuff into a single file just so I can have something to put on the YouTube video. All right, I think that's probably good. So you have a wonderful weekend. I'm going to go cook some steaks. You have a good one. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.